All right. Hello, 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 hello. I came to a decision after the end of last stream. I know very likely nobody looks at Mastodon website that I do have linked, but I do make announcements there. Thank you, just not for following. That if I could not make an effective recovery by the end of Monday stream, that I would just stop the Songs of Six Conquest campaign for now and then revisit it later. Because, you know, with shocking consistency, something bad has happened at the very end. But I think like the past 5 streams, I think I've discovered like an internal clock somehow in Songs of Six, where if you run the game at 25 times speed 80% of the time for 3 hours, then something bad is bound to happen. But the end of Monday stream sucked. We got sacked. Well, no, we didn't get sacked. We failed an invasion. We got a massive influx of slaves. Our population skyrocketed. Happiness dropped. We had a riot. Had to do some balancing acts in order to get things back together. At the end of last stream, you know, we went back to pre-influx population levels. We lost all of our military. So it's in a bad state of affairs for the the Parliamentary Democratic People's Republic of the Commonwealth of Boxonia. I've tried to do some thinking. About what to do to potentially get back on track. Firstly, I don't think that having this army be as large as it is a bad thing. And training them as good as they're getting trained is a bad thing. I think it's a good thing. The other thing I want to do, actually, we're gonna do a little bit of metagaming here. This save, the most recent save, the save at the end of the last stream, 07, getting trashed once again. I want to see how long one save is, because one save is about 3 hours in time. So at the end of this save, we're at year 86. If I load a prior save, I check the year now. Year 79. So it was 7 years between that save. Then I load a save before that. Oh, wait a minute, I can just see the playtime at the bottom. No, I am not trying to get a different result from 7 years prior. I'm trying to establish a timeline for how much in-game time do I have to prepare for the next disaster. So we can see 85.9, we'll call it 86 years. 87.7, we'll call it 79 years. 71.5, we'll call it 71. So it's 7 to 8 years in game every stream. Period of time, predictable period of time before disaster strikes. Yes. So it seems like every 7 or 8 years there's an invasion, or at least there has been. For all the past streams. So let's be generous and say that we have 7 years before the next disaster. What I need is a stable civilization, an effective military, which per the training regimen, each one of these melee units is taking 74 days. So that's 74 divided by 16 years, which is 74 divided by 16, which is four and a half years. So it takes 4.5 years to fully train one melee troop at 90%. Ranged troops taking 91 days, so 91 divided by 16 is 5 and 3/4 years. So I can get at least 110 melee troops and 50 archery ranged troops fully trained to 90% by the time we have the next disaster. I don't know if that's going to be enough. But at the same time, I need people to be working my actual civilization. And all of these conscripts that are getting trained, these are people that are not working in the civilization. So we have a conundrum, because we're going to take most of those 7 years to train not an entire army's worth of troops, to not have all of the military infrastructure necessary to supply those troops, because we lost pretty much all equipment at the end of last stream. So there's a question of how to handle it. And depending on what the disaster is, we might be able to still handle it anyways. Last stream, I forgot to ask the Empire to handle the bandits for me. So that was a big mistake on my part. So that's an avenue, but I can't trust that that's effective. Weirdly enough, here's something interesting about catapults. You do not need military to work catapults. You need civilians. So, if I choose, weirdly, to not train my military and to focus on building up my defenses and building up my catapults, I will gain back the conscripts that are currently training as usable labor, which I could potentially leverage into generating machinery parts, which I can leverage to creating catapults, which I can use to defend the city in place of a military, because those will not require troops. The gamble is I actually have to get enough machinery, A, to build the catapults, and B, to maintain them. And we did the math, but just to make sure, I think it was 67, but 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18. 18 on the left side, and then 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26, 28, 30, 32, 34, 36, 38, 40, 42, 44, 45. So 18 plus 45. 63. My mistake. We need 63 catapults to fully line the walls. That is going to cost 63 times however many resources it takes to craft a catapult, which is 20 furniture, which we can handle, and 15 machinery. That 15 machinery is going to be the problem, because that means I need to produce 63 times 15 machinery, which is 945 machinery. And all of the iron and or money that entails. It's gonna be rough, but it's the only thing that I can think of to get the campaign back on track, to survive whatever the next disaster is at the end of 7 years, if I can't prevent the next disaster by asking the bitch-ass Empire, which we are totally trying to conquer, to save my ass, if the gambit works out. And that's a hard question. One thing that I will say is that I need to take these and continue building out the corners, which I forgot to do. So now the corners will be fully covered. So that's 63 plus 6. So now we are at 69 times 15. machinery, which is now 1,035 machinery. Plus however much it costs to maintain all that. I believe every catapult takes 6 citizens, and I don't need to activate all of them, but even assuming that I was manning all of them, that's 414 citizens, which is a significant portion of our population, but not unattainable. If necessary, we can mobilize that many civilians. Another thing that we noticed, that we experienced, was that the single gatehouses represent a significant weakness. Because what happens is that the enemy comes up to the wall, they break the first layer, they break the gatehouse, and then they bypass the other 2 layers. They don't care. I can't think of a way around that. I mean, I can think of a way around that, but the way around it that I can think of is that for the outer layers of the wall, I have almost no gates. So for these 2 layers, this inner layer of the wall, having the gates dispersed relatively evenly is convenient for the purposes of maintenance. All of these gatehouses is convenient for the purpose of maintenance, but when it comes time to invade, they're a liability. So I don't know how to handle that. Additionally, for some reason, when they break the gatehouse, they gain the ability to just kind of teleport over the walls, which is ridiculous. I don't like that, but fuck it, I'll live with it if I need to. But need to come up with a design on the walls where the gatehouse is not such an immense weakness that they can break the gatehouse and then bypass the entire rest of the wall. That's a big problem. I think the first stage of that is probably having the number of gatehouses. And then the second stage is coming up with a design for the gatehouses that doesn't result in me getting annihilated. That is bad. Kill corridors do not work particularly well. You saw last stream that they can basically crowd an entire army into a one tile wide path. Drop the guardhouses and make the ones that are still there. I don't understand what you're talking about. Kill corridors do not work in this game like they work in other games. There's no consistent method to deal damage in that way along a path. All you're doing with a kill corridor is granting them a pathway to get through your walls. Versus having a place where there's a blockade where you can hit them with catapult fire. What I could do is halve the number of gates, but double them up. So where the gatehouses, instead of it being 1 interspersed every 2 units, it's 1 every 4 units, and that 1, there's more than 1 gatehouse. So instead of it being gatehouse, space, gatehouse, space, gatehouse. It would be gatehouse, gatehouse, space, 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 gatehouse, gatehouse. So they would need to break through 2 gatehouses instead of 1 in order to get through the walls. I think that's the way to do it. I think it's to match the number of gatehouses to the number of walls. So if I operate on that philosophy, then it'll probably work. That also limits the amount of resources that I need to build the gatehouses, and also reduces the resources needed to maintain them. Now for the outer walls, what I don't want is gatehouses necessarily right near the corner, because the corner is kind of a neat area where I don't have to, where I can defend more effectively, in theory. Although, with the amount of concentration of fire I have in the corners, maybe keeping them there is a good idea. It's tough. It's a tough question. Either way, if I do gatehouse, space, 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 gatehouse, I still want to maintain having the gatehouses not line up with the walls. So instead of having it gatehouse, gatehouse, it's still gatehouse, gatehouse. Anyone just listening to the audio is not understanding what's going on. That's fine. You'll simply have to go back and rewatch the video. I think that's the play. I think it's double up the gatehouses, double or triple up the gatehouses to match the thickness of the wall, to deny enemy forces the opportunity to break all the way through just by eliminating one gatehouse. Yes. I think this is the strategy I want to go for. So we're going to start off by redesigning the walls a little bit. So we want gatehouse, space, 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 gatehouse. So this gatehouse needs to not be there. It'll get disassembled. And the gatehouses for both of these locations needs to, 1, get reassembled, and then 2, we want to double up the gatehouses, but we don't want to have the gatehouses exposed. That's another thing. Because if they're able to get 2 tiles of exposure on a gatehouse, they'll be able to break it down twice as quick. So I think what I want to do is, instead of putting like a gatehouse second up in the wall where they're able to break it twice as quick and then get through, I'll put it behind. And then I'll put wall here. So even if they make it through the first layer, they get to the second gatehouse, they maybe break that twice as quick, but there's still a wall on the other side that they need to get through. And then that second gatehouse is still only single exposed. I think that's the play. I think that'll work. So, gatehouse, gatehouse, space, 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 gatehouse, gatehouse, space, 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 gatehouse. That one needs to go. That one needs to get built, like that. And then for the triple wall, that one's a little bit worse off, because I'm going to need to dismantle walls fully in order to get it to work. So, space, space. This is the middle one, so the gate needs to go here. But if the gate goes here, then it's going to line up with the wall behind it. Maybe I keep the gatehouses where they are. Mostly. This one can stay here. I don't put any gatehouses above it. So this still stays fully enclosed. And I just start the spacing from this gatehouse. I just don't rebuild this one. Which reminds me. Do I have repair activated on this? Yes, I do. Now that's disassembled. I build that in with wall. Start here. Gatehouse. 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 Wall there. Space. 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 Gatehouse, gatehouse, gatehouse. Wall. Space. And that's the end. So this one needs to go. It'd probably be nice if these walls were thick enough that I could station archers atop it. Because we found out during last stream that these sections, these are only really capable of fitting 25 archers. They're 6 deep. And really only like a 4x4 inside here was able to hold archers on it. Or maybe it wasn't even a full 4x4. Maybe it was like a 2.5 by 2.5. And that was only capable of holding 25 soldiers. So I think that the minimum width of the wall in order to actually station troops on it is probably 4. And even then it's probably like a... Hold on. If it's 6, and then the width was 2.5-ish, we'll say. We'll say 3. It's like 1.5 blocks, tiles, excuse me, in from the wall, where you start being able to station troops on top of it. So, that'd be here, where the cursor currently is, to here. Which, if we're a block and a half in on the 3 walls, then that is the entire wall. So if I make these sections, these intersections of this wall deeper, I can actually station archers on it. Crucially, the walls will not be defensive at that thickness. They'll just be there for the archers to shoot from. But I'm not going to get archers. We're already working on banking on me not having a military come the next crisis. Which reminds me, I need to disable all these training grounds, which hurts, but c'est la vie. Because I am committing to the strategy. Whether it works or not. Let me just make sure. Gates, space, 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 gates. Okay. We'll say for the moment that these outer 2 walls are where we're really trying to hold the enemy off. And then this intersection of the wall is where we try to fight them if they show up. Because if we fight them in here, then we still have some space for the catapults to hit them. 2, I don't need to worry about making the gates here more robust, although I still should. Man, I went to Fred Meyer and I got cookies. Big mistake. I am burping up a storm now. We'll say if they get through the outer 2 walls, we failed. Because I don't think we have time to rebuild the entirety of the walls at this point. We just need to retrofit them enough that they work. Now, one could argue that if I'm putting this much effort into refitting, this game needs to let you have moats. I think I'm technically capable of... Oh no, I'm not. Never mind. I can make pools, but I'm pretty sure the enemies can just cross pools. Not to mention they're super expensive for water pumps. It's still 1 pressure per tile, so if I made like a 2 deep moat out of pool from like bottom to top, it'd be 400 units of pressure, and I would still need to have those pumps all the way down at the lake, and it would need a lot of them, and I don't have infinite real estate. Okay, continuing with the wall retrofit. We're filling in here, getting rid of that, rebuilding the wall. My bad. That was not what I was supposed to do. Not dismantle. Cancel. Gatehouse, wall. Dismantle you. Build you in. Gatehouse wall. Let's just do the skipping and come back later. Skip. Nope. Gatehouse wall, skip. Gatehouse wall, skip. And that's that. Now dismantle. Because doing this to the gatehouses that currently exist also frees up some material that I can use to build the replacements. Which, I don't know if you noticed, we got a shit ton of our resources stolen. So having this system in place where we're reusing gatehouses instead of building entirely new ones is going to be more sustainable. Now, once again, we're starting from here. No, we're not. We're not starting from here. We're starting from here. Gatehouse, stone wall. Skip. Gatehouse, stone wall. Skip. Gatehouse, stone wall. Gatehouse, stone wall. Gatehouse, stone wall. Dismantle. Dismantle. All the way down the line. And then fill back in with stone wall. Okay, so that's the redesign layout of the outer walls put in place. I also need to put stairs here, don't forget that. so that people can get up. Actually, I don't think we do want stairs here. I think we expressly don't want stairs here, and we want stairs on the... Oh, this is something that I didn't consider. Yes, we want stairs on the inside. Because what'll happen is that this area, defensively, is somewhat pretty much identical to this area. If I put stairs on this side, then they can breach through this wall, go up and around on this wall. But my people are able to go up through here and get into this area where the catapults are. So I want the stairs on the inside here. Remember your defensive lines. And you need not fear the outcome of 100 battles or some shit. I don't know. Sun Tzu said, "Trust me, bro. I'm gonna be a legend in a couple years for saying shit." All right. Now, what else needs to happen? Firstly, I need to have a mechanic shop built. I don't know whether or not I'm going to be able to buy all the necessary mechanisms, or if I'm going to need to make some. So just having this place built is going to be a good idea. Whether or not I actually need it is sort of inconsequential. Just for the moment needs to be there in case I do need it. Wait. Hold on. We had a revelation at the end of last stream. I don't think... No, both of these were refineries. I can't copy them. No, actually, the tailor is like that, so I can copy the building, switch it to mechanic, and bring it right down over here. Thank you, BlazeCat, for teaching me that last stream. Very helpful. I should also just be able to copy the warehouse. I'm gonna sneeze. Oh. All right. Next Saturday is Book of Grudges award show. Oh, I'm not gonna get it this quarter, but that's fine. I haven't been online enough to say enough things to have earned it this time. I am curious about who's going to get it. For people who are for last year, oh shit. I don't know. That's gonna be a tough one. 3D printed trophies for the awards. Oh dear. Everyone get on for the awards show. For everyone who doesn't know, for everyone who's on stream who isn't part of the personal Discord, we have a Book of Grudges, which is pretty much exactly what it sounds like. Someone says something particularly off kilter, they get their shit added to the Book of Grudges. It's all in good fun. My lawyer has instructed to inform you that we are all good people. Right. No one should be training. Why do I have 6 people in the army? Because they were already trained. Okay. Right, so we're at minus 200 labor. Yeah, no one's going to be happy. Not for a good long while. We have a whole shit ton of bodies that need to get cleaned up. Whole bunch of things to repair. We're down and out on a lot of resources. I do need to... Oh dear, I probably have a lot of people that are working in deliveries because of cleanup. There's water pumps, those are important. Laboratories. Is there any research I'm not using? I'm not using 38 knowledge. Could I be using 38 knowledge? Is there something I can spend knowledge on that's going to substantially positively impact my existence? Embassies? No. Deterrence? No. Armor? No. Secret police? I could improve lawfulness. Work safety? I could improve that. Reduce the chances of people getting into bad things happening. I can increase carry capacity and thereby reduce the number of people that need to work in the warehouses. That'd be a good usage. Good if expensive. I think logistics... Is there any technology that requires logistics after the fact? No, it's just a convenience technology. If that's the case, I can deallocate it at some point if I ever need to deallocate it. We'll just do that in order to take a little bit of the edge off. And then I'll invest as much as I can into work safety. And that'll reduce the chance of people dying from accidents, which should hopefully A, increase happiness, and B, I just reduce deaths because people get unhappy with deaths. Among other things I need to worry about. Food stalls. Those are what they are. Lavatories. Some of them are overworked. Physicians. I need all of them. Woodcutters I'm underemploying. Ore mines I'm underemploying. Bakeries need to be maxed out in order to keep production going. Actually, do they need to be maxed out? I did have basically 250 people die, so I'm very likely consuming less food, so I don't necessarily need to keep my bakeries at full blast. Particularly since I am somewhat in need of wood. Oh man. Everything's going to shit. Masonries. That... I am not consuming a lot in maintenance. I have 6.2 per day, and I have 450. We'll say 450. I math that out. 450 divided by, what, 6 point something? 6.2, total of 6.9. I'll just say 7. So we'll say it's 450 divided by 7. 450 div 7. 64 days worth of cut stone, which is 4 years, which will allot me plenty of time to get back on my feet. So I'm just going to deactivate the masonry for now. With the masonry deactivated, I won't need as many people working in the stone mines necessarily, but I will need them for other purposes. I think I have a second carpenter that's currently still producing some form of military equipment. Don't need that. You need to be producing furniture, if nothing else, which is still going to cost wood. But at least it's not costing stone as well. Clay production. Everything's negative. Everything's negative. Everything's terrible. I think we're just gonna have to let time progress for a little bit. Things work themselves out. We're going to continue to export anything we have. Oh, we're not going to be exporting anything. Due to internal strife, the realm of Blesbavaten has collapsed and much of its lands have been lost? What do you mean? God, I don't want to look at the world map. Oh, dear. I don't... If Palixo can take Nibar, that's actually really good. I really hope Palixo takes Nibar, because they're one place. They're one city, and if they take a single second city, then they'll be just at like the perfect size where I don't have to fight an empire, and opening up trade relations with them isn't terribly expensive, or even colleagues. Oh my goodness gracious, Blesbavaten got absolutely fucking annihilated. I mean, there's two potential outcomes to this. First is that I still have trade with Blesbavaten. Free lands count as land that I can just travel through. If the lands stay free, I am going to have to deal with an attack at some point. I won't have anyone that can cushion for me, so the catapult requirements will be a hard requirement. If someone does conquer Nibar, which I'm hoping is Palixo, they're right there, then I'll have a neighbor that I can rely on to cushion the attack. Oh, geopolitics, baby. Man, there was massive collapse. Look at all of these free lands. Everything along the waterfront just gone, done. Man, if I had fucking survived to see Blesbavaten fall, I could have just conquered Nibar. Man, damn it. The game's laughing at me now. Okay. All right. Oh, now that the free lands are opened up, the other thing that I can do is open trade relations with other places. So I can get competitive pricing now. Not you, apparently. Palixo, can I open? No, I can't open trade relations with you. Oh no, Nibar is blocking me from opening other trade relations. I can't fight them either. Their garrison is just, it's massive. Maybe Nibar can still cushion for me. Oh, Palixo, I hope you conquer them. I really hope. Okay, I still have my trade relations with Blesbavaten. They're a smaller place, so they should hopefully trade for more now. I don't have any trade goods. Oh, you know what I have? Warhammers. Make Warhammers. Trade Warhammers. I'm still exporting leather and livestock. Warhammers. I can still trade Warhammers. I need to figure out, alright, if I'm importing machinery, no traders of this resource available. That blows chunks. Oh no, you've cut off trade relations for... God damn it, I can't rely on trade for shit no more. Alright, export depots. We've got a... Oh, shit. Export depots got to get turned off. I straight up cannot export anything right now. There's no one to export to. The freelance is cutting off trade. Choked out in the trading part. The reason I'm getting choked out in the trading part is because I would need to trade through Nibar, which is freelance territory. Which means I would need to either become colleagues so I can trade past them or open trade with them. But because it's freelance, I can't trade with them. You hear that clicking sound? That's me not being able to do any diplomacy with them. So my only two choices would be to conquer them, which I can't because I don't have a military and I don't have enough denarii to hire a mercenary company. Or to become wait, what was my two choices? I don't remember what my two choices were. I'm screwed, basically. I can't conquer them. I would need someone else to conquer them, someone with trade relations, hopefully Polixo. Whether or not that happens is up in the air. But I can't rely on anyone other than myself to produce machinery anymore. It's all up to me. Oh, man. Oh, this just got more complicated. Okay. That blows significant chunks. I don't know if I can recover from this. We're at year 86. Let me write this. No, chat. Just remember, year 86. We have until 86 plus 7 is 93. We have until year 93 until the next crisis strikes. So within 7 years, I need to. Oh my god! I need to produce. Firstly, let me just build or plan out where the catapults are going to be. God, this sucks. I can't get any more rations in through trade. My only recourse is to generate rations. Same with food, same with everything else. I am an island. Ah, oh man, that screws up my plans somewhat tremendously. I don't know what to do. Game needs an international merchant guild that you can set up stuff for this doesn't happen. That's not how the game mechanics work in their current state, so it's not. Hoping is not going to help me in this situation. Praying for an update will be non-productive. Got to work the problem. All right, we've already figured out our defensive situation to an extent. I don't need necessarily to fully build up the defenses on my walls. If I can get half of the defenses built, that'll at least be something. So in that case, I won't need 1,000 machinery. I'll need 500. Oh, we just need to wait for a mechanic to get constructed, which is going to take a while for a number of reasons. I need to. Oh my god, there's a whole lot of things I need to do. Auroch pastures. I have 100 people in Auroch pastures producing 162 meat per day. 162 leather. I'm not using a lot of that. I'm not going to be using a lot of that. So if it's 5 pastures producing 162 leather, it's 30 something per pasture. I can disable a pasture, lose 30 leather and meat production I don't care about, and then gain 20 workers. Let's shut one down that's further away. Shut down this Auroch pasture. God damn. Came home from work and now I gotta use my brain even more than I was at work. Crime is a thing. Anyone, as always, anyone who's committing a crime, immediately getting put back into productivity. Mushrooms. I have 9. Nine farmers producing 300 plus food a year. That's worthwhile. Fibers. I've already disabled a significant majority of my fiber production. Coal and ore I'm both going to need for iron production in order to produce machinery, which I am still constructing. Cutstone and pottery. Pottery I need in order to maintain the bathrooms. Clothes I just need so that people won't fucking lose their goddamn minds. I don't need to produce that many clothes. Where's my tailor? Where are my tailors? Tailors. You are producing clothes. You are producing clothes. I am producing a net positive of 43, which means I can disable this tailor and gain 15 laborers back. I'll still be slightly positive on clothes, so I'll be able to sustain a slightly growing population. I still have a significant amount of clothes stored. Oh, dear me. Dearie me, oh my. Tools, I am barely positive on. And that's probably not fully staffed, too. Who's producing tools? Who here is producing tools? The smithy is producing tools. You're producing 32 with 15 workers. I'd only need to be producing... let's just leave you where you are at the moment. My concern is that something bad is going to happen if I... Actually, no, you're consuming metal that I need to be using in order to build machinery, in order to construct catapults. We're going to reduce you by 1, which isn't going to do anything because you're already overproducing barely. And we're going to reduce you by another 1 just because. Where else? Fisheries. Fisheries at 54. It's basically 1-to-1. For fisheries. Oh, we have some nobilities to work with. If I create 3 nobles, or coal and ore, then that'll massively boost my coal and ore supply. I can boost my metal smelter, increase iron production. Oh, big problem is I just don't have, god damn it. I don't have the labor. I need people happy to gain population, to bring people in. The humans are dipping into happy. Kryptonians are going to come back up to 950 fairly quickly. Dondorians are going to be pissy forever, for always. As a matter of fact, they're getting less happy. So, might need to write them off. People are going to get more happy as the corpses get cleared. That's going to take a while. Environment, corpses is somewhere. We have no military. They're going to be pissy about that. Oh man. It's a rough situation out here. Now, theoretically, increasing the research level on warehouses should have decreased the number of people working in them, but that doesn't seem to be holding up. Woodcutters, they're slowly increasing. They're not all the way there yet, but they're getting there. We are slowly getting some population in. Mostly thanks to the Kryptonians. My beautiful baby boys. I'm going to need to fully leverage Kryptonians here. They're going to be the only people that I can get on hand, and I need anyone that I can get. Now is not the time for racial balancing. Now is the time for all hands to the plow. Oh, man. Year 87, 6 years to D-Day. Or D-year, I guess. Back up to positive on wood-ish. We'll get there eventually. Food days are low, but things are okay. Population health is 0.67. That's probably due to all the fucking corpses. Yeah. 0.29 on population? Fuck's sake. At least I have hospitals. Corpses are getting cleaned up. Health will go up. Population's coming in. I lost another fucking Dondorian, because of course I did. Humans are coming in slowly. Kryptonians are filling in the gap gladly. It's gonna be a while before I start getting to the outer walls. We just received pretty large labor shortage drop. I wish there were a way for me to automatically just be like, yeah, do that. Actually, now that I think about it. There we go. Punishment, enslave always. Just do that. Channel them back in. Humans slowly going up. Dondorians are assholes, so naturally. 7 food days are dropping, but we'll get a harvest in. Take a look at my resources. We're up on coal. What about ore? Up on ore as well. Metal we're down on, but that's because we're constructing, I think. No, the mechanic got built. Okay. Alright. 18 mechanics were producing 6 machinery a day. Okay, buttons. Let's do some math. If I'm producing 6 machinery a day, I'm losing 2.5% per year. Fuck you. At 6 a day for 16 days for 6 years. 6 times 6. 16, not 6. 6 times 16 times 6. At this production capacity, that gets me to 576 machinery a year, which is enough for half of the catapults. That's not ideal, but that's better than nothing. Now, the problems that's going to arise is that I do not have the labor necessary to support all of that. So I think I am going to have to leverage nobilities into coal and ore production and metal smelters just to have enough metal to build everything that I need to build. Furniture is a second problem that I need to worry about because I'm running out of that. I don't have all the people that I could be working in my carpenters working in my carpenters. I don't have the capacity to trade, so having these carpenters produce warhammers is a waste of time, so you guys are going to switch back to producing furniture, which should theoretically cover the requirements from the machinist. Now let's elevate some nobles. For coal. Or grab a Cretonian, otherwise they'll be pissed off. Not Cretonian, Dondorian. Do I not have Dondorian workers here? Yes, I do. Alright. I'll just grab a Cretonian. No. Dondorians are going to be pissed off in either way. I don't know whether I bother having Cretonian nobles if they're just going to be pissed off regardless. Maybe I do. Just to keep them happy. I'll probably be able to get to 1050 on Cretonians regardless. Dondorians, I might be able to get just a little bit of additional support out of them. You will be metal smelting. There. Now I am big up on ore, I'm big up on coal, which means that I can reduce the total number of people that are working in said places. I am 25 to 250, so they're producing 10 each. I only need around 150, so 15 workers should cover it. And then down to the ore mines, it's 31 to 142. That's a weird conversion, right? Using about 110. Let's drop that down to 26. $25. That'll work. Read up some additional labor. Metal is positive 16. Furniture is negative 30. What are my blockages? Labor is probably one of them. I do not have all of the people working carpentry that I could be. Even if I did, it's not enough. I'm using too much for maintenance to be able to support. Alright, this weaver I am going to deconstruct. Turn that into another carpenter. Yes, I know I don't have the labor necessary, but I am going to need additional space for the carpenters to work, and I'm not going to build one there because why would I? I could build one over here. That might not be a terrible idea. Where am I storing all of my fabric? Warehouses. Where am I putting my fabric? Putting my fabric in warehouse 1, which is where the... I think that's where the large weavers are getting their fabric from. It's 35 weavers working there. Probably too many. No, it's not. Oh my. Drop that requirement down to 5. That's at 35. This weaver doesn't need to exist, so we're just going to cancel, not cancel, dismantle. Don't have that suspended. Pottery needs to continue. Just barely positive. Clay also just barely positive. Wood, positive. Livestock, there's nothing I can do about that. It's going to get a little micromanagey. Get another carpenter going. Oh, right. I have to specify that I want you to exist first. Actually, there's probably a smarter way of doing this. If I do the auxiliary station... No, there's not really a smarter way of doing this. There is, never mind. No, there isn't. Talking out of my ass. It'll be fine. There we go. Build that. Now to address some other issues, the machinist is going to need... Mechanic, excuse me. To not store fabric, they're going to need furniture and metal in what I can only really consider kind of a 2-to-1 ratio. So furniture, they've got 18 crates. We'll get 12 crates of furniture and 6 crates of metal. You're gonna draw metal from there. And furniture from there. I think that's pretty much the only place storing furniture. Anyone else storing furniture? No, no. No, no. Yes, but that's for a janitor. No. No, and no. Okay. You're set up. Ah. This is difficult. This is rough. The situation will improve slowly and over time. Now, with the increased metal production, if we ever go positive on labor, we get our furniture situation handled, we should be able to increase our machinery production. Theoretically. Hypothetically. Man, I still need to get all the walls rebuilt. Fuck's sake. Oh man. Elixo does not care to take Nibar. That being said, I think Nibar's population dropped. I think it was at 6k before. Oh my god. Hold on. Hold on. 175. I have a really bad idea. If I start training military now, not even necessarily to like max capacity, because these guys are not very seriously trained. I might be able to fight them. I might be able to do it. Melee v melee? $94 and $81. 15% melee training each. If I go 50-50 against them, Ooh, 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 ooh. No, 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 no. No. What's the benefit of doing that? What's the benefit to conquering Nibar at this point? I could get taxes. I don't have a nobility available to govern the region because I'm already in desperation mode. It's not worth it. I can't trade with them. I could trade with someone else, but by the time I get my people trained, because I'm going to need to, A, train a military up to a point where they could feasibly take a garrisoned army, which is a big investment. I'd need probably at least 150 troops. And they'll all need to be, I'd say, 50% trained in order to fight 100, 180 to 150 and stand a decent chance of existing and not dying. On top of that, those will be 150 troops that are training that I won't have for labor. No, we're sticking with the plan. Sometimes you must put your nose to the grindstone and pray. We're already a year into the plan. If we wind down the plan now, we lose. Damn, wood is wood is struggling. Thank you for the ear noises game. That was very cool of you. Oh. You're not producing machinery because you're hauling, because the fucking warehouse dude. You know what? Just have the warehouse dude haul furniture. Furniture is the big problem. I don't have any furniture. Ah! Whatever. Just let time pass. Things will change slowly. I'll gain more people. We're coming out of the funk on furniture as more people are coming in. I'm positive on labor now. Everywhere is staffed. All right. I get this next carpenter built, which just needs wood. It's gonna take me a while to build up because I'm using all of it. Don't have a lot of food days, but we're staying alive. How is health? Health is positive again. Most of the corpses got cleaned up. People aren't super happy, but they don't need to be super happy. They just need to be happy enough. The carpenter will be constructed. That'll be another 17 units down, and then I'll be positive on furniture, I think. Or 17 units, excuse me, 17 laborers working in carpentry. We are no longer positive on our production. Add 2 just in case. Machinery, we got net 5 a day, I think. They're still going to have problems with hauling until we get furniture built back up. Laborers are actually working on repairing the walls. We have some machinery. You're saying that there is a chance. When food rolls in, we're gonna get probably a somewhat of an influx of citizens as food days and food availability increases. So we can count on that a little bit. So we'll get another little boost. Metal is pretending that it can't increase at the moment because it's currently getting used in order to build things. Right? We've already got our multi-stage walls set up in some places. It's using metal, but that's fine. These bits are mostly constructed. They're repairing the walls. Metal production is just going to cause me problems for a little bit. Machinery. Minus 0.04 per day. All right, I can construct 2. Count them, 2 catapults right this very moment. And so it begins. Losing laborers. We're getting into the fall. Harvests came in, but are not seemingly resulting in quite as much happiness as I had hoped. Red. Red is getting turned into rations. That's fine. That still stabilizes food days. Grain. Grain is a big up, I think. Yeah, 18.5k harvested. Furniture, still working on getting constructed. We're positive on furniture now. Good. That would be because we got that other furniture or carpenter up. Those carpenters are all currently working to build furniture. We're still positive on wood. Still positive on stone. Maybe we don't need that much wood produced, but if we want to have construction and builds going, then we want wood to be up. I don't know whether or not they can just sort of slip through the gap here. I would imagine they can't, but I'm going to say they can't. Huh. It might actually work. The plan might work. Job is unreachable. What do you mean job is unreachable? Eventually be performed, but it will be difficult for your subjects. Huh? Is this something to do with weird geometry on the stairs? Now that I think about it, I think the only place I was able to post archers was on this. Do you need to have 2 connected walls to stairs in order to get people to move up? Is that what's going on? Because I have stairs here, it's connected to 2 walls, and this is reachable. Is that what's going on? That is what's going on. No, that isn't what's going on. What the hell? Why is the job unreachable? There's stairs there. Does it need, are there, do I need multiple stairs? Please, for the love of God, build the stairs. Right, we're going to increase Etonians to 1,100. Look, I know the other racial minorities in the city are going to be unhappy, but oh my god, I need the stairs to be built next to each other. That doesn't make sense. So there's certain criteria in which case the jobs are... No, this job is inactive, but that's still reachable. Oh, man. What is the criteria for getting stairs to work? Okay, so... we just... Whatever. We're changing the assumptions we operate under. I'm guessing this job is unreachable. Yeah. Yep. Job is in fact unreachable. So in order to make the job reachable, if the job is unreachable, how did you get in here in order to build all these in the first place? With the stairs, yeah? Okay, we're just gonna... Man, Dismantle you. Dismantle you. We're going to build double stairs instead of single stairs. Man. Man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man, oh man. What a strange, wacky, wavy, inflatable world. Can I still not? Nope, I still cannot copy stairs. And I will be here for time immemorial, manually placing every single stair. This job is reachable. How is this job reachable? This job is reachable, but this one isn't. Why? I'm just gonna... This job is... Oh! Does it have to do with trees in the area? It... shouldn't. This job is reachable, this job is unreachable. Both are fully surrounded by trees. I don't think that's the problem. I'm gonna have them continue building the double stairs all across, and if that solves my problem, I'll call it good. It might just be that the job is so far away that it's getting called unreachable. I don't know. No, but we built the stairs to that other unreachable site and it was suddenly considered reachable. Who knows? Let's... reclaim stone. Man. We're just learning today. I mean, in a fashion, this campaign has gotten interesting. Like we had a very clear-cut goal. Shit went sideways. We definitely learned some things. Like getting units up onto walls is a colossal bastard. You need about 1.5 tiles of clearance in order to even start placing units. Stairs are weird. You got to be careful with how you construct your gatehouses, otherwise people will just plow through them and bypass your walls. Do not, under any circumstances, raid unless you want to provoke the ire of a nearby empire and get just an untenable, unsustainable quantity of slaves. Like having slaves as a penal system is fine for like your citizens, because then the quantity of slaves never goes above a certain threshold. But now I have too many and they're unhappy. Not unhappy enough to revolt or anything, but enough that it's causing problems. These walls I just straight up can't get on top of. All right, the follow-up question here. How do I make this area accessible? I think the way that I make this area accessible is by doing something really stupid. First off, going to build up these stairs and then just fix all of this. Cancel these jobs. All these single tile stairs up. We'll just have the double stairs. We're gonna dismantle. Where are you? These 2 stairs, and then we're gonna turn just like this weirdly entire area into wall. So this staircase will do double duty to allow like a diagonal passage into the central area over here. I don't know. I'm flying by the seat of my pants at this point. Net 5 per day. That is... It is certainly a condition. If I can increase my furniture production enough, then I should be able to... We're not really suffering any... Oh, we are suffering hauling penalties. Okay. So this carpenter is not efficient by somewhat substantial margin. I'm gonna go use restroom. I'm gonna engage toilet thinking capacity, and then I'll be back with hopefully a plan. I'm gonna leave you on the break screen because time is precious at the moment. All right. I have a modicum of an idea. It's not much of one, but it is there. Let's take a look at carpenters are part of the crafting menu, which means that tailors are in the same boat, as it were. I don't think that I somehow don't think that tailoring stations promote the same amount of. Oh no, they definitely do. Never mind. What's the maximum population that I can have in here? 59. All right. Reduce that back down to 20. So inside this orientation of a tailor thing, I can have 59 tailors. In this orientation, I can have 73. So if I turn this into an L shape, an 11L, I reduce from 73 to 59. The production rate, if I'm reading this correctly, is 73 employees times 0.5 for the base rate, and then it gets multiplied by the workload and the commute and the hauling. So if I pull out my calculator, I do 73 times 0.5. That brings me to 36.5. And then I multiply that by 0.99 and 0.76 consecutively. I arrive at 27.46. Specifically on the calculator, 27.4626, which lines up with the 27.463 rate that we see at the top. So that is how it's getting calculated. So to the hauling, basically, to workload, I am losing 0.4, insignificant, but to hauling, I'm losing almost 10 out of the base rate. So my hypothetical maximum out of this one furniture place is, if I'm multiplying it out currently, is 36.5 times 1.1 times 1 plus 1.44, right? Because that's how it's working out at the bottom where the total is getting calculated. It's 27.46 times 1.11 times 1 plus 1.44. Yeah? We're beginning to understand how the math is calculated for all of these production stations. So if I increase that to 36.5 times 1.11 times 2.44. 1.11 times 2.44. Theoretical maximum out of this carpentry is 98.86. So, in effect, due to that massive hauling penalty, we are losing 24 potential daily furniture production. And that is because they are getting screwed on hauling. Now, there's two potential solutions to this. One is to increase my log production such that there's just so much logs getting produced that the warehouse gets filled with logs. That is just they just gonna have the logs right there, and that won't fully fix it because they'll still have to walk a little bit, but that'll mostly get it there. The other choice is to turn this into an L shape, so that and have the warehouse where they just store logs there. And if I'm doing that, then instead of the base rate I have, where I have 73 employees, I'm going to have 59. So if we calculate all of this out, assuming ideal circumstances, we're going to have 59 times 0.5, which is 29 base rate, which is already above what it currently is. And then we multiply through the rest of it, so times 1.11 times 2.44. That gets us 79.9 furniture per day. And it's more guaranteed consistent, but we also lose out on basically 24 daily production just by having the additional, 73 minus 59 is 24, by losing out 24 employees. So I think it's almost more worthwhile to increase the number of woodcutters I have going, to increase the amount of wood that I'm producing, at least in the short term, to get the carpentry running. Because I have the wood storage right next to where the carpenter is. Now, I do have some potential issues, like I'm storing wood in places where wood doesn't need to be stored, at least not expressly. The mason doesn't need wood. The weaver doesn't need wood. The tailor doesn't need wood. I think the only reason that I had a wood warehouse here was because I was getting wood brought in from all of the construction up here, so I just wanted a place that was to store it that was closer, but I don't need it there anymore. So I think I can just stop collecting wood here, because no one else is using it. Yeah, no one else is using it. I think maybe the market is using it. That's it. The market can deal. How the hell is the market not covering this area? They can see it. Who cares? This janitor doesn't have a warehouse attached, so I don't care. Other warehouses. Other warehouses that are going to interfere with my ability to store wood is not this one, because I just disabled it. Not this one, because it's only storing rations. Same with this one. Any other warehouses hauling wood that don't need to be? No, no, no. This one is taking wood. Quite frankly, this one should be taking wood because there is a bakery right next to it, but it doesn't need to be taking that much wood. We can reduce this down to 5. I don't think there's anything else in the vicinity using that wood. No. No, the wood in this warehouse is a contrivance. I don't need to be storing that much wood here. We'll reduce this down to 3. So now, as I'm producing wood, most of it should be going to this warehouse. Now, is there anything that I can do in this warehouse to reduce the things that are getting stored here? I don't need to be storing tools. I don't need to be storing spears or falxes. Oh, oops. I don't think there's anything in the vicinity here that's using iron, excepting for janitors. But given that janitors do use iron, I'll let that place store iron. I am okay with them storing iron. It's not ideal, but I'll let them do it. At least for now. Furniture, yes. Stone, no. Rations, sure. Clay, yes. Cotton, yes. Livestock, yes. I don't have alcohol, but if I need to store it somewhere, that's fine. Pottery, furniture, sithalin. I'm not producing, which is fine. Leather is fine. Okay, we'll call that warehouse good for now. Hopefully this improves the situation a little bit. This warehouse is also storing wood. Now this warehouse does not need to store wood. It does not need to store stone either. It has fabric storage here for some reason. Where's the output here? There? That's fine. I don't think I need to be storing fabric here. That's kind of strange. Taking Feldspar to lunch for her birthday? Well, tell her happy birthday. And to look forward to her armor. I don't think I got a response from DM about the armor design yet. And for people that are confused, I've been designing armor for a D&D campaign. Working on it. Be down for Darktide tonight? No, I still need to design iron. Sorry. Iron? Excuse me. I just still need to design armor. Because I only have 2 of the 5. D&D isn't for 2 weeks? Oh, I missed that on the schedule. Oh, well, in that case, never mind. Sure. We can do Darktide after this. That will not be streamed, sorry. Okay. All right. Let's continue on. Are you taking Queen with you? Oh, you're already lurking. Never mind. Or trying to lurk. Haha, my stream doesn't support that function. I do need to fix my streaming setup because there is some oh, what's it called? Oh shit, that needs to not be getting constructed. Actually, that's fine. Ooh, I do want to see exactly how they're getting over here, though. So the double stairs now allows them to actually climb up. That's good to see. Was he trying to build through the wall? I think he was trying to build through the wall. Crazy bastard. Are you just being insane? Yeah, you're biding time. You built that through the wall. They are reaching 3 blocks away in order to... That is incredible. Okay. Now, we have a whole bunch of extra laborers. Woodcutters are not fully saturated. Let's pump that up to the top in order to get wood production going faster. So that hopefully furniture production goes faster. So that hopefully, I am able to get machinery built more expediently. Because we're losing a bunch of time on hauling. Oh. Did you seriously fucking trap yourselves in the... Ugh. How did you even get down there? How did you manage that? Explain to me. Okay. Dismantle these 2 walls. Get you idiots out, alright? No, don't build those walls, you jackasses. Yes, I understand that you're cut off from the throne. You, leave! Dismantle, let him out. Ill with vision fever. Fever? Fever. That sucks. Get out. Get out of my wall. Leave. Exit. What are you biding time for? Incredible. Incredible situation. Year 88, 5 years to D-Day. We have catapults built. Oh, glory. Glory, glory. Activate jobs. We're gonna do like a weird half stagger situation. So we're gonna go 1 unit, skip, 1 unit, skip, 1 unit, skip, all the way down, building catapults, and then we'll come back and then we'll do another unit. And then if somehow we have enough machinery to handle it, then we'll start building double up on catapults. But for the moment, look, I need y'all to fucking leave. I need you to get out. Y'all are, move. Can I just have you arrested? I mean, I can just have you arrested. You'll get out at some point. Maybe. You have an open path to a doctor right now. I suggest you go. Gate's right over there. You can get out of your emo corner. Just going to ignore me? Are you dead? If you're going to die, can you do it faster? Alright, he's just going to be a pain in my ass. That's fine. Furniture. Looks like production has gone up. They're spending less time hauling? Yes. Fabric. Net negative. Because it's getting turned into clothes, so that's fine. I swear to God, if you don't move, someone's gonna build a building on top of you. Move. Alright, fine. You're just gonna do whatever you're doing. I'll do whatever I'm doing. We all leave each other alone. Up until the point that I go over there with a weapon and do something about it. Bro is going to die here. Hey, look at that. Y'all can finally get into the area. We'll go one by one. We'll eventually kick you out. Alright, we have over 133 laborers available. Let's think about how we can more effectively utilize them in order to maximize machinery production. So, big sticking points for machinery at the moment are furniture. I'm not producing enough in order to satisfy demand. I have the wood necessary, theoretically. But I do not have... Well, actually... I'm producing 130 net over wood production. I'm using 534 wood for my carpenters currently. And I have what looks to be 94 plus 12, 106 carpenters employed, and they're each consuming about 5 wood each. I can only get about another 20 carpenters working. But this hauling problem does seem to be getting fixed, so we'll call that good for the moment. We are plus 20 on furniture, so maybe it just needs to build up for a little bit. Yeah, look, we're getting some higher numbers. We have 50 momentarily. 60. Okay, it looks like production is starting to work out. Good. This warehouse isn't storing metal, but that's fine. Mechanics are no longer spending a really long time hauling. We're getting there, slowly but surely. Let's activate some more jobs. So, skip, build, skip, build, skip, build. Just to be safe. I'm gonna have my people construct a second wall. Oh, that's interesting. I may have screwed up with the stairs. Let me think about that really quickly. Handle those stairs. I get a feeling that those are going to cause a problem. Slowly pushing that guy over the wall. Emphasis on slowly. What are you doing? Fighting time. That means not working. Work. Alright, bread is doing uncomfortable fluctuations. It is once again because I am not producing satisfactory amounts of wood. Maybe I need another woodcutter. Where shall I build said woodcutter? This seems like a decent place to build a woodcutter. Let's take this road out. Build another woodcutter right here. I'm theoretically producing enough wood, but that's only theoretically. Is it not apple harvest season? Fruit harvest season, excuse me. Skip, build. Build, skip, build, skip, build. I'll just activate all of these. Because why not? No, I'll activate 3. I feel like something bad will happen if I activate all of them at once. Furniture production is down once again because there is no wood stored. But now, wood production is massive. Hopefully, wood storage is also going up. Not so much at the warehouse. Is there a way that I can more effectively subdivide storage in this vicinity to make a warehouse that is specifically existing for the purposes of storing wood? I am not using these 2 export depots. Where is this wood getting stored? Is my other question. Is it just going direct into somewhere? I'm only storing wood in this warehouse, right? Warehouse 1? 2, 3, no, 4, 5. I am storing things in warehouse 7. I see, that's my issue. Well, this will cap out at some point. At the very least, this is positively affecting my bakeries, which were underserviced. Getting more wood into the warehouse storage over here. Production efficiency is boosted in this carpentry. Not maximally, but it's better than nothing. This warehouse is still fighting for its life. Go year is 93. We still have 5 more years. A little under 5. Things have not changed much in the outside world. We have not sustained 6 machinery per day in the 2 years that have already passed. That means that we need to produce more machinery in the following years in order to make up the difference. Now, fortunately, we are getting furniture and metal going, so I think if I increase this to, let's say, 25 for the moment, that should boost machinery production by another 2-ish. Yeah. Hopefully by doing that we can make up some of the difference. Now we will be eating into more of our furniture and metal production. Our metal production is fine, and it's really our furniture production that's a little behind. It's fine, just pray a little more. Everything will work out, or something. Let's take a look at fabric. You are not spending all of your time hauling. You are well staffed. Let's increase weaver production. I think the only reason that the tailor production is down is because you do not have enough things. No, indeed you do not. Okay. We'll call that good for now. I'm producing far too much opium. Sort of a weird problem to be having, but there you have it. And I'm producing too much with only 4 opium farms. Interesting. Or I am somehow down on... What's going on? Oh, it's because I increased the number of people working in the metal smelters. Alright, I'll increase the number of people working in the ore mines. I have the excess labor at the moment. We did get humans back up in population. Dondorians are a little pissy still. Oh, that is something that is notable. We have metal now, so I think that means that we can upgrade... Yes. We can upgrade hearths. Oh, right. Cut stone. Masonry. You need to get turned back on. Not 20 people's worth of turned back on, just a little turned on. Okay, maybe 20 people's worth of turned on. Phrasing aside. Get some more catapults constructed. I'm really hoping that this strategy works out. Because if it doesn't, I will be sad. At the very least... Oh. Now that's a thought that I hadn't considered. If I... have a smattering of catapults constructed already, and then what if I strategically build additional catapults wherever the invasion is happening? I think that's probably a better idea. So once I get some of these catapults built up, right, and it's time to redo the math to figure out what our expected production of machinery is. Because we've hit year 89, so we got 4 more years. Our machinery production is currently at 8 point something per day. Yeah, 8.1. And let's operate on the assumption that that's going to drop a little bit here and there, so we'll just average it out at 8. That's 8 machinery for 16 days for 4 years. 8 times 16 times 4. We're up to 500 again, baby. So that is enough to build half of the catapults up on top of my walls, but I've already built some. So I should be able to get half of the catapults there built, and then, in the event of an emergency, I'll just be able to build more. Now, the other thing is, if I use my excess of stone at the moment in order to further expand my walls. That might not be a bad idea, because I can set another catapult in the gaps right now. So if I have someone invading, say, right here, if someone's coming at this wall right here, I have 1, 2, 3, 4-ish catapults worth of pounding the shit out of them. But if I build it, say, over here, if they attack, say they attack here, I could have 4 catapults hitting them. I don't know if that's enough. I might need more catapults. What if I simply just have a disgusting excess of catapults? What if that's the strat? What if I simply drive them to oblivion with a blinding quantity of catapults? Does that strategy work out? Can I accomplish this? Let's take a look. I don't need roads inside of here. That's not something that is required of me. Let's say that we dismantle these roads. And then I build out my walls further. 6 by 6. It's too far to the side. So I'll build here. I'll build here. It's going to want me to dismantle the roads first. That's fine. And then I'll have 14 the sides. That's not enough. I have terrible ideas. Terrible ideas. Just more catapults. Everywhere. More catapults everywhere. Increased capacity for catapults at all locations. Anywhere I need to. Just being able to set up a disgusting, gross, no, not there, excessive quantity of catapults. 6, let's say 6 catapults capable of pummeling any specific location. Only then will our walls be safe. I think this strategic development will be positive. Let's continue to progress time. There's no reason for me to not progress time. I also hope that my estimation as to when the next shitty thing that happens will happen is accurate. I hope that it's not happening until, like, after 93, because if it is happening... Ooh, this is a problem. Over here, at the very end, I've got a gatehouse. Well, let's be honest. If they invade, they're probably going to go through this gatehouse and then into these gatehouses. They're probably not going to go for this gatehouse. They might, but would they? I don't know. That's a tough question. I also need to fix the walls here. This is 6 wide, is it not? It is. What happens if I build this 6 wide? Kind of intersects with the mountain. If I build a catapult here, it'll probably be useless because I won't be able to shoot through the mountain. I might be able to, like, angle it a little bit. I might get a little bit of coverage. It might be worthwhile. But I should probably also have a little bit of extra coverage to save my ass in the event that it's not enough. All right. Citizens, make use of my excess of stone, please. Build yourselves walls worthy of Rome? I have no idea what Rome's walls looked like. Presumably made of stone. But not sturdy enough that the barbarians couldn't get through it. Right, Rome? Alright. They've begun construction. Hopefully, 4 years is enough to get that done. Getting humans and Dondorians back, slowly but surely. Population is actually, I think, higher than it's ever been. The crisis is not yet here. We are producing... Oh... Machinery maintenance. How many catapults do I currently have constructed? One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 12 catapults is costing me 1 unit of maintenance. That means that at capacity, I can only support 12 times 8 catapults. Whoops, 12 times 8, not 1 times 8. 96. That's enough to staff my walls, but the problem associated with that is that I actually have to have that much machinery in order to build that many catapults. And I think, if that's the case, what I'm going to want to do is not build catapults until I absolutely need them as best as I can. If I continue on with my current strategy of one skip, I have 12 currently built. How many more will I have to build? Skip, 13, skip, 14, skip, 15, skip, 16, skip, 17. So I'll go from having 12 catapults to 17 catapults, which will reduce my production by another 0.5, we'll say. I'll lose some to decay anyways. This is a tough situation. We're throwing a Hail Mary in the first place in the hopes that... Oh! Am I not still able to conduct trade deals with people despite the fact that I do not have direct trade connections? Because if that's the case, then I can offer, or I can demand machinery. It is extraordinarily expensive for all of my denarii. I can get 88, or sorry, I can get 38 machinery. How much denarii am I losing to inflation? Per day? At the moment, 1.1. So I'm losing half of machinery every day just to inflation. I think at that point, it's probably more prudent to just use the denarii to get... Oops. 88, 270 for the 38 machinery, and then the machinery will hopefully decay not as quickly. I am praying to whatever gods exist in this cruel ass game that they will allow me leniency and the right to continue existing. Because we're gonna have another crisis at the end of the stream. It's been the case for every stream for like the past 2 weeks. Something bad is going to happen. The question is whether or not I can accommodate that situation. Whoops. Do not activate that job. My bad. Copy that job. Wait, can I fit? Holy shit. So, I can fit. I can fit a lot of catapults. No. Suspend job. Suspend job. We're in planning mode. There we go. No. Oh, you're going to annoy me, huh? There we go. Look at all those dormant catapults. So now, instead of having 6, potentially, catapults bombarding any potential location on the wall, we could potentially have 8. That's a lot of defensive capacity. It'll just be up to a matter of me actually having that many. Ooh, man. So if that's the case, the math is completely different now on how many catapults I can actually build. So if we've gone from 2 to 4 per unit, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. You are not actually constructing those, are you? No. I lost count. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, call it 24, 26, 28, 30, 32. 32 times 4. We can sustain up to 100. That's a lot of catapults. 130 something? 32 times 4? 128. Holy. The walls be bristling out here. $128 catapults, each requiring, I think it was actually 4 citizens to man. Is it 4 citizens? 6, never mind, it is 6 citizens. Have we conquered a land yet? No! Also, hi Blaze Cat. Something very fucking weird happened, and it required me to, like, do a lot of planning. So we've doubled down on catapult defenses for the moment. For the moment, I have doubled down on catapult defenses. So here's what happened. At the very start of stream, Lesbevaten fucking collapsed. They had an empire that spanned this entire seaboard all the way up to Nibar, and they collapsed. Problem is, I was not going to be able to build up enough of a military by the time the next bad thing happened, which we figured out, one, has happened about at the end of every stream, which is about 7 in-game years. So we're expecting the next big bad thing to happen around the year 93. I wasn't going to be able to build enough of a military to withstand an attack from whatever the next big motherfucker is, which, judging from, you know, this list of things that could be potentially attacking me, a dude with 195 soldiers and 144 attackers. I could pay them off, yeah. But at the same time, I could get a lot of money. How much is their garrison? I think their garrison is like, yeah, it's 183. Need more units. I'm committing to the catapult strat. Pay off the raiders. If I pay off the raiders, I have to deal with riots. Besides, I'd rather fight the raiders. I'd rather past tense the raiders. Why are you not constructing? It's because I have planning going. I also kind of want to see whether or not the idea of even lining my walls with catapults like this is even effective against raids. Don't have to pay that much once you start a riot. They do ask for a lot though. Once you conquer land, it's really, really easy to get a huge army. I still want to do stupid catapult strats. Like, it's gotten stupid. I've actually done the math to figure out what my maximum catapult support. Well, I can hold like 128 catapults on my walls, so I can bombard the shit out of anyone at any point for any reason. Come on. Build that wall. Thank you. I am doing it for the memes. So that's going to be able to hit them with 5 catapults on this wall. That's not enough. Build out those walls as well. Also figured out why I wasn't able to staff. Not staff, what's the word? No. Figured out why I wasn't able to stand archers up on the wall. It's because I only had 1 stair leading up to the wall, and apparently that's not enough to get archers on top of the wall. Apparently you need to have 2 stairs, or you need to have some weird geometry between the stair and the wall in order to get wall access. So that was something that I was missing. Free lands will not be free forever, and eventually an empire is going to try and take them. There aren't any empires nearby. There's Polixo, which is a single city-state. Teganonval, which is a city-state. These are all free lands. Like, everything collapsed. We are surrounded on all sides by city-states. They can all take free land. They can. Doesn't mean they will. They're single city empires. Doesn't sound like an empire when I say it like that. I know in game they're called empires. Just usually weaker? Yeah, that's sort of a significant difference, is it not? You can conquer Freeland, yeah. I mean, the worst thing that happens with Polixo is that it conquers Nibar. And then if it conquers Nibar, one, I can open up trade with Polixo, which is fine. And then Polixo is still only 2 large. Which is not that much of a problem. And besides, the entire point is that we're trying to salvage the city, so that even in the event that something terrible does happen, which it probably will, because bad things constantly happen, still be able to fight off anyone that tries to assert themselves over us again. Oh dear. Razortooth Galoose. You want Denari, basically all of my rations, and opiates. This... Hey, look at that! 7:36, 30 minutes prior to the end of the stream, the next bad thing happened. Maybe... Hold on. Is it just on a timer? Because it hasn't been 7 years, and I've been taking longer pauses. It might just be on a timer, if this is what's going on. Pay up. 15,000 rations. Ouch. But also, yeah, I'm just going to have to pay you off. I'm not in a position to fight you at the moment. Take my money. He's going to be back. He's going to come back. And he's going to be a bastard. I only have 6 troops because I wasn't able to... Were you not here at the end of last stream? Everyone died. Literally everyone is dead. 1, 2, 3, dunk. Dismantle. There we go. Just retrain them. Here's the thing. I don't have any... Like, I lost all of my shit. So, we had problems. We had problems. You weren't here. You weren't here. Don't criticize me. You weren't here. I had my plan. I'm enacting my plan. It's fine. I'm learning. I'm doing things I want to do. I'm playing the game. I'm having fun. I'm doing ridiculous shit. Look at all these catapults. They're not built yet. Why is it taking you 3 maintenance in order to build the machinery? Did I have you accidentally construct catapults? I did. I totally accidentally had you construct catapults. Well, damn. Suspend all of those jobs. Actually, cancel all those jobs. Planning. Going to dismantle these 2. Then set back up the planning thing, and that'll bring my machinery back. Did a bunch of people die? What happened? Oh right, my food days decreased, and now everyone's pissed. That'll happen. Hey, Polixo. Let me buy some rations off of you. I have 32,000. How much is that going to get me? Not all that much. But it's better than nothing. Two, 3, 76. Okay. I am producing far in excess an amount of wood that I don't need to produce. Let's stop that. Furniture is up. Fabric is up. Hmm? Minerals are going to be cheaper for some time. Don't know what that means. Probably means that I can buy more minerals, but I'm not exactly in the trading business at the moment. Activate jobs. Hopefully when I activate these jobs, they'll take the resources that were left on the ground and allocate them elsewhere. You don't need to store all that much stone. Not doing any big stone projects at the moment. But I do need you to grab that stone. Or not the stone, the machinery. Give you some people to work with. Okay. Military, y'all are getting 90%. Activity, bring you down to 50. You turn back on, bring you down to 15. Any amount of troop training. Actually, no. No archer training. All just melee training. Let's make it everyone. I don't know. Doing insanity stuff. It's fine. It'll be fine. Maybe 80 is excessive. Maybe we get down to 50. That way we're only at a deficit of 39. We should still have jobs getting worked. Now, on the subject of... Okay, good. They picked up the machinery. That is all I wanted them to do. You can not have a ridiculously high range now. What is a carpenter? Carpenter is crafting, yes? Yes. Tailor is also crafting. I turn this carpenter, put him here. Then warehouse. Yes, Blaze Cat, I am doing the copy thing you told me about. I remember that at the start of stream when I was setting up the machinery production. Very, very helpful tip. I am glad you taught me that. Otherwise, I might have figured it out at some point, but it would have taken me longer than I would have liked. I am learning. I am stubborn, but I am also learning. I'm also slowly starving. Hey, bakers, are y'all working at capacity? Let's get y'all working a little bit more. And also, turn them back on this auroch pasture. I got a whole bunch of wheat burning a hole in my pocket. Let's turn some of this leather into food. Cordelia, I have in my possession quite the excess of leather. I'll give you a lot of it. And you give me some food in return. What's your cheapest food item? Apples. What about bread? Bread's 42. Damn. That is a significant resource mismatch. 10 for leather, and then you're selling bread for... Man, y'all are abusive trade partners. Fine. Increasing the bakers increase the amount of food that I'm generating. Now, I am going to run into a problem, which is that my people are dying slowly. Or not dying, they're just getting unhappy with me. Huh. Access. You still have high access. Hearths are up. I could theoretically upgrade hearths, but I'm not really producing enough furniture at the moment for me to not be concerned about maintenance at that point. Ah, slaves. I should probably get rid of some slaves. Specifically, I should probably get rid of some of the slaves that are of different races. Get rid of the Garthimes and the Amevias, because the Garthimes aren't very labor useful, and the Amevias have very low submission. Garthimi are very useful for mining. With only 13 of them, though? Yeah. I agree. I lose the labor, but hopefully it makes people happier. And then I get more immigrants in. And my submission goes up, so I have less of a problem with slaves getting pissy. Because my submission was kind of dangerously low. Now we're going from, I think it was 79 to 95. And also now everyone's getting happier because there are fewer slaves. Species don't like that. I don't think any of the species I have here currently like slaves of any kind. Yep. So getting rid of any of them is worthwhile. Humans seem to care a little bit less. Eh. It's like there's like a fulfillment cap. Oh well, you do have a point. The rate is higher. The rate is higher. If I sold off all of my slaves, I'd be at a minus 200%. Oh, I'm still losing people. Maybe they get a little bit happier as the food days increase. The middle is negligible and you get it with services. Oh, carpenter went active. You need to be producing furniture, not weapons. Now this carpenter is going to be fun. Need wood. We'll get a little bit of a... we don't need that much stone. Like 2 stone. The rest is wood. So we're at plus 20 production. Oh, finally figured out and did the math on how production numbers work. So it's... The base is the employees times the base rate, and then the workload, commute, and hauling, those all get multiplied out. And then at the bottom, all of the multipliers and additives get added on at the end, and then that's what your production level is. So, finally comprehending how that works. Are all our servers at max access? No, they're not. Matter of fact, the reason that I was building the second furniture place was because I needed to have more furniture production in order to support upgrading the hearths. But now we have some issue with, why is the furniture usage suddenly increasing? Hello? That's very strange. Maybe I just need to upgrade hearths and sort of eat the bullet for the moment in order to get happiness up. Yeah, probably. Alright, let's go for our highest utilization hearths. Oh, wait, those don't require furniture. I'm dumb. They just require cut stone, wood, and metal. Now, cut stone is kind of a problem. Particularly because I don't have anyone working there at the moment. Partly because I can't have anyone working there at the moment. This is gonna be problematic. We're in sort of an uncomfortable situation. I don't think we're gonna starve. We have a century's worth of grain. I should probably turn this woodcutter back on, even though it's probably not going to fully do anything. This Auroch pasture is doing and going to do nothing. I am... Opium's in a weird situation. Hey, Cordelia. If I give you opium, Opium and leather. The opium and leather deals. $27K value. And then food availability. You're only gonna be able to get me like 500 bread. I don't even think that's like half a day's worth of production for bread for me. It's not really worth doing. What about wood, actually? What's your... Oh, wood is cheap from you. Okay. I can get like 3 wood per opium, which is a crazy exchange. Storing a bunch of wood. What's my max wood storage? Currently 5,000. You are storing 10 wood. I'll increase that to 15. And now I can store 6,000 wood. I'm technically positive. Let's trade for 3,000 wood. Give me 3,000 of your wood. Not 3,000 of your wood? 1,000? 27K? Okay. I think that is just about the right amount for half of my opium and half my leather. Of which neither I'm really using at the moment in the exact quantity that is being called for. Why is my value going from minus 177 to plus 248 from one difference in opium? I think there's a bug. It's fine. Except, give me 1,000 wood. Stone were negative, which is very odd, although not really. Struggling with stone miners. Three bakeries operating at maximum capacity. Now's the time at which we simply produce as much bread as we can to increase our food days. Don't necessarily care about the decay rate at the moment. I mean, the decay rate is bad, but having more food days is important. And if there could be like an event that made people happy, that'd be great. I don't think I need to be producing machinery at the moment anymore. If I have 150 machinery, well, let's drop it down. I only need net 3. Drop it down to 10. That's all I need to meet maintenance. Iron, I'm at positive 15. Drop that down to 7. You're doing weird shit. Oh shit, that's my smithy, not my metal smelter. Duh. You go back up. You reduce from 30 to 18. That's fine. Cut stone is about to become a problem. Furniture is big up. Let's take a look at who is producing the most. Big carpenter is doing okay. This guy is terrible. This guy is also a big carpentry, but it's not fully staffed. This one is small and not really producing anything. My weapon situation is kind of bad. My everything situation is kind of bad. Let's build shields. Let's not build shield. That's very, very, very wood expensive. Actually, just continue building. Actually, just don't build anything at the moment. That's the answer. Disable you. Go work somewhere else. Go be productive in another means. Now, I think I did disable this tailor. I did disable this tailor. So I can delete this tailor. I can change. Well, I'm gonna have to dismantle those walls. No, don't do that. Now expand the ration maker. I'm so very confused as to what I'm looking at. This is probably auxiliary stations. Let's just get rid of everything. Full rebuild, starting from scratch. Workbench. One very large one, back wall. If I can make it fit. There we go. Another small one there. Storage. Fairly sizable right there. See where I can put... Okay, you're not gonna like that. Auxiliary stations. At 90. 100. All right. Are people happier, or do I just have more labor availability? I am getting immigrants. Dondorians and humans have hit points where they were happy enough to come here. Military is slowly getting larger, so people are getting increased fulfillment from that. Let's emancipate. I wish there was a way to exile. Because what's gonna happen... Actually, what happens if I... Okay. Hear me out. the max value on former slave is 1.19. So I could lose 1.19 satisfaction at a former slave. If I emancipate everyone, I gain 0.6 satisfaction because there are no slaves. And then the former slave slowly goes down. I think a while back, BlazeCat, you said that you prefer to just execute people. Which, now that I'm thinking about it, now that I'm looking at it, I think might not be that wrong. Because you are right. Slaves is a pretty significant negative mood modifier. Punishment doesn't do anything. Exile is a negative deterrent. Stockades doesn't do anything. Slaves is a deterrent, but it makes people unhappy. Dondorians and Crotonians don't like execute, but execute boost law. Where... that in government? Government. They dislike executions. They dislike enslavement. They dislike... they like judgment. Judgment is expensive. But determine is higher. They dislike executions even more than enslavement. So here's the thing. 0.5 lost satisfaction from enslavement. $1.45 lost satisfaction from enslavement. They don't care about former slave. Crotonians don't care about former slaves. That's interesting. Dondorians, government, executions. They don't like it. 0.5 from enslavement. If I free the slaves. Oh man, Dondorians really hate former slaves. Okay, so I just need to like stop enslaving people, period, and start executing them. Yeah. Maybe I do half and half. Maybe. I think the overall increase in determine is going to reduce in less crime overall. %, execute just to boost law, imprisonment for fulfillment. I don't have prisons. What is logistics, law, guard post, dungeon? Whoops, that's not what I meant to do. I need to have more knowledge. Law boost fulfillment more than executing decreases. Yeah. We'll do a little bit of experimentation. So let's do... did I build something? Why am I down to 54 again? I'm at minus 54 again. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Just continue doing the thing that I was doing. Law. Well, actually, go up into the law menu. We're at 100% enslaved. Let's do... pardon me. Do 30% executions? And 70% enslave. And then hopefully that just still results in a net decrease in... For intimidation purposes, we'll put the scaffolds right behind the slave house. You prefer gallows or chopping blocks? Well, this is fucked up. Obviously, we want a pretty death, right? Hopefully it increases law. We'll see what happens. We'll still have... Slave will still be a thing. But hopefully this will increase law enough that there will be less executions and slaves overall. And then they'll be happier with the amount of law that's going on. Fingers crossed. I put a court somewhere, but one, the court needs technology, like a lot of technology, and two, they want jewels to build. So like, yeah, it would be great for law, but I just don't have. Oh, do I have max trained troops? Tony and Bowman are fully trained somehow. Wait. I disabled your melee training. How are you getting trained? I don't ask questions like these anymore. It's very confusing. Furniture. I should have carpenter. I should have a carpenter making weapons, but I also don't have enough citizens to support that at the moment. Food days are slowly increasing. Hearths. Oh, y'all. Oh dear, this is going to start becoming a problem. Did I deprioritize masonries? I did. My silly ass deprioritized masonries. Fix that. Go ahead and fix that. Me. That was a silly thing to do. We can have some higher priority things, but we shouldn't have anything beyond absolute lowest priority. I still need to upgrade my hearths. I do think, though, that my people got happier with... Yeah. The few hearths that I did increase, they were happier with. Speakers, they want to be... better quality, but I just don't have the tech for it. I don't even know where higher speaker quality is. Speaker? Speak. That's what it looks like. Where are you? It is pretty far down in architecture. All in Civic, yep. Actually technically producing too much tools. And I've been increasing in the amount of clothes. Clothes has been stating as net negative for a very long time, but as you can see, it has been constantly growing. Very odd. What's my net worth? 5.46 million. That's surprising. Among things that I can do to make people more happy. I straight up just need to be converting more denarii into rations. $85 an item. About 12 to 1,000, so 12 times 100 is 112. Yeah? No! Massive discrepancy in the amount that you want me to pay suddenly after going over a certain value. What is up with that? Freakish, creepy dudes. There we go. 11463. Accept. Give me those rations. Increase my food days. Make my people happier. So that eventually I get population back and I have people available to do things. That would be greatly appreciated. I didn't like paying off the bandits, but it has bought me time. I don't think fighting them off would have gone well. I do think I've made appreciable progress. Ooh, look at law. Yeah. Strong. Nobody's been executed so far. Weird. Yeah, I just built a scaffold. It's right next to the slave house, or slavery place. It'll happen eventually. Maybe... I don't know, maybe it'll happen at some point. Alright, there was a warning of a disease. Lavatories 1.2. Population is going to cause some problems. My hospitals are already fairly heavily occupied simply from population. When there's an influx in disease, that's going to be a bigger problem. I really don't know what to do about it, apart from just let the disease progress. Oh, right. Well, also in theory, if an execution provides 200, what does it say? 200 deterrent, then like an execution is worth 2 enslavements in terms of deterrent. Most important aspect of law is arresting criminals. Arrests are carried out by guards. Yeah. Sure. I don't think I've built any more guards since like the very start. I might just kind of have to tank the illness. I don't know what else to do. I can build another hospital, but then I'm gonna run out of... I could build another physician. What's my physician access? Environment, services, physician. 19% access, 22. Yikes. Let's build another physician. And because the physician does not require resources to maintain, I can just build one. Health, 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 health. There it is. Physician, you need resources of a certain variety. Build you right here, next to all of the livestock, you know, where one would very much like a physician to be. We'll call them the country doctor's office. It'll be fine. Actually, can I set this up against the walls? No, not really. If I... No. Hmm. Designing buildings is always weird. Think in terms of space efficiency. I build shelves. Whoa. Here. Can I put a workbench here? Yes. There's some goofy shit that I can do with this. There is absolutely some goofy shit I can do with this. Can't build one here, but I can build one here, and then I build another shelf. And then I can just flip it. Build, 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 flip. And then... Well, it doesn't work perfectly, but it works okay enough. Alright. 8 physicians once again. Using what we know. Actually, if I only... No, that doesn't work. I can do 4 up like that, and they're accessible from the other side. Then why are you so far to the side? Because I missed. That's why. Shelf, 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 shelf. Shelf, 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 shelf. Shelf, shelf, shelf. 79%. Shelf, 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 shelf. I'm gonna be saying shelf a lot. Please excuse me. Shelf, shelf, shelf. I can do some goofy shit. Shelf here. 79. We're getting there. Access there. Need to have access on either side. Ooh. What if I did something very silly? What if I put 2 shelves here? Yes, there we go. Yeah, that'll work. Nothing could possibly go wrong. Now, apart from my not having nearly enough cut stone to support the build, but... I forgot that I needed to build more physicians. That was something I definitely forgot I needed to do. Because I was at 22%? Access? Yeah. For population of near 2,000, so I needed at least 2 more physicians. Hopefully with a second physician being built, people will be happier, but the incoming health crisis is going to cause problems. Cordelia, can you supply me with cut stone? Yes, but it is very expensive. It's okay, I just need enough to cover constructing the physician. 72, I think that's enough. And then I'll give you 19100. You want 70 more? Fine, take my good. I don't have that much denarii. How much denarii do I have? Take some random things. Okay. Hopefully with the increase in physicians, I'll be able to increase my health, make people happier that way. I thank you, BlazeCat, for reminding me that services are a thing that people like, because I completely fucking forgot. It's just an embarrassing thing. I was focusing so much on my labor shortages that I forgot that in order to fix my labor shortages, I need people to be happy enough to move here. Sort of an important part of the equation. Like now I'm producing resources again, which is a good feeling. Although I'm shortly going to start not producing resources again because we're going to encounter an epidemic, but we'll be on the path of recovery. Oh, another thing, BlazeCat. One, I have a Mastodon, which I use to make announcements. I don't have a Twitter or anything else, but I did announce on Mastodon that I was planning to stop this campaign if I couldn't make a meaningful recovery by Monday, but it seems, at risk of jinxing it, it seems like we're working our way towards making a recovery. So that being the case, adjacent job is blocking this and must be completed. Sure, whatever. Easily start with conquering now you're surrounded by freelance? Yes. I am suffering the consequences. 250 troops can conquer most of them. My problem is I don't even know if I'm capable of sustaining 250 troops. Ah, Swamp Lung. Yeah, that's gonna cause some problems. They go back to workforce after training. Yep. I know they go back to workforce after training. It's just that they are not workforce for a very long time. And it causes issues. Now, let's see how many people fucking die as a result of this swamp lung epidemic. Let me do a thing where I send people to curfew to limit their disease transmissibility for a little bit. I'm training them in chunks of 100 at the moment. Oh yes, and if you didn't know, curfewing your people stops the spread of disease. At least for as long as the curfew lasts. It is useful. I couldn't teach you anything, but it is useful. Dip super world workforce doing diseases? Yeah. Although the curfew does help to like limit the initial spread, because it goes from being like, you can like cut it in half, because it like has the initial spreading phase, and then it goes back into just sort of incubating. So if you catch it early enough in the curfew, with the curfew, you'll stop the early spread. So I could have had easily like 500-600 people in incubation, but with hitting the curfew, it dropped it down to like 200-300. Very good. Physicians. Physicians. The physicians are working. Their workload is immense. I will construct a second physician's place once my cut stone gets high enough that I can build another fucking physician. People are happier. What's the services? Physician, it's increasing. I'm not mining enough stone. More stone. Goodness gracious. Law is staying high. Have I executed anyone yet? No. Simply having the threat of people be executed is... Tales of lawless Crotonians marrying, ban, plundering, shipment of taxes, distributing on the poor. Cretonia is another despot's problem. Denouncing some of your peers publicly will probably work, but they'll not appreciate that. There's no one near me that can invade me. Unless they cross the freelands. Wait, plundering shipments of taxes. I don't have any taxes. Oh, you bitch. That could cause problems. I didn't consider that there could be some lawlessness issues. I don't know. Maybe I do construct some more guard posts. Put one right here. There's another guard post over there. Let's put one right here. Put one next to all the churches, just to be funny. One right here. Yeah, why not? Have a guard post. Alright. Swamp Lung is passing. Interesting. That's weird. Almost got enough cut stone to build another position. Well, it looks like access is increasing quite a bit. It's fine. We'll... Whoa, are people dying? People are dying. Diseases. That's that 20% lethality rate from Swamp Lung kicking in. Whoa. That was some lag. Alright. Cut stone is increased to the point where I can probably build another physician. We'll go ahead and build it over on the other side of the city. Got one there, so it's only fitting that we have one sort of further down, further to the right. Give some people some treatment options across the city. Sure, we'll build this one out of stone. We can finally focus on services. No, don't copy the room. Masonry is producing 13. I have genuinely too much metal. Let's turn metal into cut stone. Hey! Hey, somebody. Somebody out in the world. I think I can trade with pretty much anyone so long as there's like an available route. Who's got a low price of cut stone? 265. Cordelia. Polixo. 251. Les Bavatin. 212. Oh, it's how much they like me, isn't it? 262. Not exactly. Okay, Bless Bavatin, you're selling me Cutstone for 212. I like you. Thank you. You are physically attractive. Insert quote from what's his name? You know what? Never mind. I'm not going to make the reference because I just can't remember his name. Boxing dude. Lisp. Would like to fornicate with you. With you. Something along those lines. You could beat the shit out of me. I should probably not talk so much shit. Alright. Give me all of your cutstone. Thank you. You are not the only people I can get cutstone from, though. $252, Cordelia. $265, take an on ball. $250, They're you don't like me. Fine. That's down $259. You're selling it to $243. Vorkia is pretty cheap. Sleven, pretty expensive. It's what you gotta do when you don't have multiple trade relationships open. One by one, check in. 252. I think Vorkia is probably the best deal I'm gonna get. Right, Vorkia. How much? Oh, you got a wealth of cutstone. I'm gonna give you like an appreciable amount of metal. You give me an appreciable amount of cutstone in return. And I don't know, throw in some right, just take the 380. There we go. Nibar's garrison is 138. No, it's 180. Save scum. I'm trying not to save scum. I've managed to not save scum throughout the entirety of the playthrough so far. If I can complete the playthrough without doing so, I will feel proud of myself. Another thing that I need to do anyways is get material up and running. Like, I need to be able to arm and armor my people. So among the things I need to do is create a tailor specifically for armor crafting. Might be a waste of space, but 70% training with equipped spears, shields, and warhammers. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm trying to go for with at least some amount of armor. Like, if I can get one armor on people, then that's ideal. So I'm going to build this tailor, and I'm going to build a warehouse next to it, and that's going to be for leather storage. I am a believer now in the multiple small warehouse philosophy. I am a believer. Just because it reliably reduces the hauling penalties. Alright, services. Physicians is big up. I don't think that last one is fully constructed yet. It isn't. It'll get there. How do I not have anyone working here? Are you not auto-employed? Auto-employ. Silly goose. Right. Your role is to store leather. I don't need you storing much leather, just enough leather to supply... Where's the leather? Am I losing my mind? There we go. I don't even need you to store that much. Just store like 6 crates worth. I am a fan of this design now. I do enjoy it. Makes a lot of sense. And furthermore, if you design like this, then what you can do is you can still have the large warehouses. They just store the end-to-end products. So you could take, 8 of these, have them all producing different things, surround a warehouse that's producing or storing those 8 things. So I do comprehend and I enjoy the idea. I think the next city that I make is going to be significantly more efficient. Could y'all maybe not? Unloading stations can usually supply like 4+ buildings, I think, of your size. Yes. The thing about... When you say unloading stations, do you mean the haulers? No, you mean loading stations. Loading stations move very large quantities of a selected resource to unloading stations. Transport requires livestock to operate. I've never used a loading station or unloading stations. You only use those when you're making 400+ of a good. Need to stock. They need to stock to 400 to move. Okay, so if I was like, for instance, this carpenter produces a shit ton of furniture. Although, they're taking a little bit of a penalty to... Actually, no, their hauling's fine. They're losing out on species bonus because they're employing Crotonians, I'm guessing. Humans, actually. They're employing a lot of humans. Basically, I could fill up a loading station in like 4 days. Or like you need to supply hundreds of goods somewhere. Common cases, food to food stalls where people eat a lot. Okay. Not high enough pop yet. So it'll become an issue in the future, which I'll have to figure out. Okay. Right. Anyways, other physician is built. They're constructed. Services. Everyone should be happy with physicians now, yes? That'll be slowly increasing. Access 79. That's probably as good as I'm going to get for a while, because they do like weird shit with the red spots. Whatever. Other services. Wood to carpenters or grain to bakeries. They're consuming like 500 grain. Yeah, you should probably get an unloading station nearby. So with actually, hold on. With loading stations, will workers deposit goods into that loading station before like a warehouse will get to it? So, for instance, I have all these farms down here, right? If I build a loading station down here, say right here, and I tell it to load grain, are the farmers going to load that grain onto the loading station, and then the loading station brings the grain north? Dump stuff into the loading station once it's 400, and move to unloading stations and load it. And so long as it has livestock, it'll be like, yeah. Okay. Loading station workers will load the grain. Okay. I will keep that in mind. Why? Why must I? Oh dear. Right now I shouldn't need it. I agree. Hold on. Spam bot. Gotta go. Stop! Wait. Why is it not letting me ban you? Damn it. There we go. There we go. Sorry. Once you start being like, why my bakeries have no grain, I make enough grain, you might need it. It might be there. What are my bakeries doing right now? They're definitely not working at maximum. Yeah, 87% hauling. We're probably living that dream currently. 96, 69% hauling. 78 hauling. The grain warehouses are fully stocked, probably, mostly. No, this warehouse is not. So these two bakeries are not getting grain from here because all of the grain is probably stored. Yep. In these two warehouses. Whatever, it's fine. It's fine. It's not fine. It's pissing me off. What I can probably do... Move the grain warehouses closer to the bakeries, but the bakeries are making bread, so it's fine. Yeah. It's not ideal, but it works for now. Besides, I don't think that this campaign needs to last to, like, 5,000 population. I don't really know what the end goal of this campaign is. Maybe successfully conquering an empire city? I haven't decided on the end goal. I think successfully conquering an empire city is probably a fitting stopping point to this campaign. I don't need you constantly harvesting those mushrooms. among the other things that I can do in order to fix my shit, I still need more cutstone because I need to increase people's happiness from hearths, which are currently not very well upgraded. Speakers, the access is okay. Wells, access for lavatories kind of sucks. That one's fully utilized. Let's copy paste that over here. Secondary shitter. Oh, that one was not fully utilized. Well, I wasn't paying attention. You up. You also need to get upgraded. You are upgraded. I should have the the Colossal Lavatory is right next to you. Come on. There is this egregiously ginormous shitter house that no one's using. Fine. I mostly made it as a joke. That's sticking around. I'm not deconstructing that. It's too funny for me to deconstruct. I like it too much. I enjoy my city block sized restroom. It's too good. Alright, cutstone. Once again, I need it. 247 item. Go. Yeah, bless Blavat, I know you sell your shit for cheap. 160 is 45k. Resource offer. I will give you a significant portion of my livestock, but that's not enough for you, is it? I have a weirdly large amount of coal because I'm not paying attention. You can take a bunch of that. Leather, I'm not using that much of it at the moment, so you can take some of that too. Ore is weirdly high. I'm keeping my furniture, fuck you. And have some of my clothes, I guess. It's not a balanced trade, but... Oh, I have 87... I don't need to give them all this shit. I have money. Just take my money. I will straight purchase cutstone from you. This is foolish. Why was I not doing that? 26. There. Extraordinarily silly of me. 30 medicine. We have okay. So that other tailor is so very not supposed to be doing that. You need to be producing armor. That's what you need to be doing. Warehouse, you are a storage armor. Hold on. They'll fix that shit really quickly. Return, what did he miss? When did you leave? Hold on, let me scroll up in chat and see when the last time you chatted was. Oh, it doesn't actually tell me what the timestamp is. 6:49. Oh, so it's been a solid 2 hours. I honestly don't know. You probably missed something. I just couldn't tell you what it was. Someone tried to invade us. We just paid them off. Yes, so the assumption that we get invaded in-game on a yearly basis seems to be incorrect because we did not make it tier 93 before we got invaded. We got invaded 3 years ago. But, and this is important, those 3 years ago, those were at 7:30, 30 minutes before the stream ends, where we got invaded every single time these past streams. So it seems like the raids are triggered in real time at regular intervals, which seems to be something along the lines of every 3 hours. So hypothetically, if I continued the stream until 7:30 is when the raider. If I continue the stream until 10:30, I would expect it to have a raider event again. Always just pay them off. Yeah, I'm starting to understand that paying them off really is the lesser of two evils. Because I took some massive L's. Your economy should be set up to the point where I can just remake everything. Yeah, I'm there now. Before I wasn't. Before my pride was getting in the way. Before my brain was going, we do not negotiate with bandits, and that resulted in several streams worth of setback. But now we've got colossal walls. Oh, that's another thing. Blazecat, I'm sure I have a lot of troops, I'll fight them, sure. Yeah, that's the thing. Just looking at the payout, the payout is what does it for me. Like if I pay them off, I lose some resources and some money, but if I fight them, I could get such colossal amounts of cash, and my brain just can't. My brain can't deal with the problem. Oh! What up, asshole? I was just talking about... So you want to take 16,000 of my grain? Dog wants most of my food. Okay, so it seems like he comes back and just continuously, like, demands shit from me. And it seems like the demands increase over time. Bastard. Son of a bitch. Oh, wait, you know what? It's been like an hour and a half, so maybe if you fight the raiders, it's a 3-hour timer, but if you pay the raiders off, it's an hour and a half. What are the... I can't fight him right now. Not something I can do. I'll get trounced. He's got 225 souls. Last time I fought him, what is his... What's the composition of his troop right now? At this very moment. He's got 80... Oh. Did the Ghost Warriors get weaker? Last time I fought them, I'm pretty sure they were at 100% melee, or like 90-something% melee training, and their experience was ridiculously high, but now their experience is lower. Same on experience and training for the other two. If you pay off raiders, do they get weaker? Melee training is all that matters. The tooltip says that experience does similar things to melee and archery training. I don't know whether or not it's talking out of its ass, or whether or not the bonus that it applies is not very significant. I'm so very curious. Okay, I'm going to do something. I'm not save scumming. I do intend to pay this guy off. Regardless of what happens, I am going to pay this guy off. But what I am going to do before the stream ends, I am going to intentionally have him raid me, invade my city, and attack me for two reasons. One, I want to see what the efficacy of the walls that I designed is. And two, I want to try the catapult strategy, just to see how effective it is. That's my reasoning. That's my rationale. So we're going to intentionally drop a save here. We're going to use the bitch save. We're not save scumming. We're just doing a save. I'm committing right now we're going to pay him off. Just after we do the experiment. We're going to do that. Where's the bitch save? There it is. Triple X bitch save. Overwrite. Resume. So we'll be coming back here after that. So here's the plan. We're going to get him to invade. I fixed my walls. BlazeCat, you weren't here at the start of the stream. I redesigned my walls. So before we got invaded, we had the problem where they would line up against the walls, they would break the gatehouse, and they wouldn't even make it through the 2 layers of the wall before getting in, because they would just break the 1 gatehouse and get through. We've redesigned the gatehouse and further spread them out, so that now, hopefully, what should happen is they get up to the wall, they start punching into the wall, they break through the outer layer, they break through the gatehouse, and then they're still met with an effective single layer. Fingers crossed that that's how that works. And you can see that I've done that for the outermost wall and the inner wall. The middle wall. The innermost wall, I haven't done that yet because one was kind of the mind that if for some reason I got invaded into this area, then what I could do is have melee troops intercept, and then I could still have catapults peppering them. And secondly, I just didn't have the resources to redesign the walls. So, anyways, plan is we're going to let the people invade. We're going to see whether or not the gatehouses can hold them off for long enough to get catapults built to then hold them off. So we got 165 machinery. I think that's enough for 11 catapults. And we'll see what kind of damage we can do. So, yeah. Let the experiment begin. Fuck off, Jistar. And also, in conjunction with this, I'm not going to be deploying any of my men. I'm not going to use any of my army during this experiment. We are only testing to see what the efficacy of the catapults and the walls is. The goal is to get them to waste as much time as is possible trying to break through the walls. And I don't expect them to take all that long to get through the palisades. They didn't before. But with the double and triple up gates, I'm hoping they gotta work for it. Alright. They'll invade at some point. Maybe. Hello, forgot to pay, prepare to die. Fuck you. Not mustering the men. Also, we haven't been invaded from the south yet, so that's a good thing. What is... I could have sworn I saw some weird shit. Alright. Host stands gathered west of the city preparing for assault. They will attack at any moment. Reach the thrones all over. Blah, 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 blah. Still a window of opportunity to attack. We're not going to. We're going to full send time. Now, in theory, I reduced the number of gatehouse points by half, so they should be attacking at one of these 3 gate points. And then after they get through those gate points, they'll be going through... or they should be trying to go through the gate points where the gatehouses are. Or they'll just be like, oh, the entire wall is 3 units thick, we'll just attack wherever we feel like. That could probably also happen. We'll have to see how their AI behaves. Enemy has started bombarding us, clear path. Nothing to do but can take cover. Alright. They're up there. It's hard to say where they're going to attack. Last time when they attacked, it was one to the left, and then two to the top. And they're coming in from about the same location. Let's assume that the same thing is going to happen. So we've got one catapult covering there. Let's activate. I have 11 catapults to work with, so let's go 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6. They always invade from where the main road goes out towards. They always invade from where the main road goes out. The main road goes out to the northeast, but they're coming in from the northwest. They're coming in from right there. That's where they're bombarding. There is no road over there. I don't know why they're invading from there. It's very strange to me. I'm just glad they're not coming from the south, because I got Jack and fuck all down there. Plus, if they chose to bombard straight through the south wall, I just can't stack anything there. Okay. So we get... I lost count. It was 2, 4, 6. They'll probably come down to this wall, so we'll put 7, 8. 9, 10. 11? I guess. Enemies deploying their troops. Blah, 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 blah. Okay, right. The other thing that I need to do was turn on the catapults. Oops. 1, 2, 3, 4. 5, 6, 7. 8. Muster. Well, that should get some people staffed. And yeah. Have to see how it goes. Okay, it looks like they are still going for the gatehouses. Oh my, they are going straight for the left walls. In that case, let's exit build mode. Let's suspend these jobs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And let's go a little harder on the other ones. Activate. Seems like they're going pretty heavily towards center wall. So let's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. See that? They teleported through the damn wall somehow. I don't know how they do that. Kinda pisses me off. It does seem like they're just going straight through the walls now, though. That's interesting. Ready to fire. Okay. So here's my question for you guys. Do you need me to like direct your fire, or are you gonna fire automatically? Also, this is the firing line for the catapults. It's diagonal is the limits and vertical is like out from the center. This, you know, Blazecat, you're aware of this. You know how this works, but for everyone else who's not aware, that's how it works. Now, I do think I screwed up. I think my catapults are actually too close to the outer walls to be effective. Trajectory blocked by terrain. Trajectory blocked by terrain. You're telling me I can't hit them with catapults when they're up against my wall? Are you gonna try shooting anyways? Can I get you to try to bombard an area? Where is... I can only hit this far out? Gotta be honest, that's kind of fucking useless. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Trajectory blocked by terrain out past the wooden wall, but I can bombard onto the stone. Is it only capable of shooting through walls that are the same type of wall that the catapult is standing on? Is that what's going on? So this catapult can hit right on the other side of the stone wall, but the moment I go over, it can't hit. And it can't hit for a distance past the wooden wall. So the wooden wall is fucking me, is what's going on. This is extremely important information. So one, my catapults are technically too far back to hit. Two, I don't know what 2 is in this scenario. My catapults are too far back to effectively cover the wall that they're behind. Let's see. This one goes out about 1, 2, 3, 4 blocks. Tiles. God damn it. Why do I keep saying blocks? 4 tiles out from the outermost wall. And then it can really only just barely hit on a diagonal on the inner wall. We're learning. We are very, very confused, but we're learning. So we are also learning that I was right, I think, with regards to The buildings. Not the buildings. Why can't I think of words? The walls. There we go. Alright. You can actually, I think, hit those guys. So, why don't you shoot there? Alright. They've broken in. But now I can target them. These guys are going down all the way to the lowermost wall. Or lowermost... whatever you want to call it. You're saying you're out of range now. Why are you saying they're out of range? I can bombard this area. I think there's just some weird shit going on with intersection angles. Oh! Big hit! Did they lose anyone? I think they did. Let's bombard them. Oh yeah, they're taking hits. They're big hits. Whoa, what? How are they on top of the walls? Wait, they broke through one wall and are now tall enough. They broke through one wall and got on top. God damn. You know, the catapults do pretty good work. God damn! And I don't think they're breaking through the walls anymore. Or at least they are. If they are, they're not doing it very quickly. Huh. Wait, if they get to the top of the wall and they break down the back wall, does that mean that they only need to break through an inner and outer number of the wall segments? Okay, so like the catapults seem to be like a really fucking good idea, because I wasn't killing this many of them when I was fighting them with infantry and actual troops. That's impressive. I've reduced their number down. Okay. So here's another thing we learned. They only need to break the outermost layers of the wall. So this wall is 3 units thick, but they only needed to break through 2 units in order to get through. That's very interesting. But they're not moving in any sort of sensible pattern. Just sort of keep shooting at them, I guess. Now they're going for the walls again. Okay, so catapults are actually pretty good. All right. This experiment's actually pretty successful. What have we learned? You cannot shoot over a wall of a different type. So if you're building your fortifications out of stone, every layer needs to be built out of stone for your catapult to be able to fire over it. Secondly, the approximate minimum range for a catapult set on top of a wall is 42 tiles. So the nearest blockade portion, I'll say, of your outer walls needs to be 42 tiles away. Apart from that, with really only 2 catapults, I knocked out how many? 1, 3, 10? 2 catapults, took out 10 of them. And when they were only capable of firing on them for like half of the amount of time that they were there. So in theory, if I had been able to fire over the wooden wall, I'd have been able to take out 20 of them before they even got through. And that's with 2 catapults. So let's say a catapult is worth 5 kills per wall layer. If I have 128 catapults lining my walls, that's what, 650 kills per outer wall layer? To be only staffed by civilians who I don't have to train? If I get invaded with that amount of DACA, I could absolutely fucking crush invading armies. Blaze Cat, are you learning anything? Has this experiment educated anyone in chat? I've certainly educated myself. Alright. So we've learned... The wall redesign worked. The wall redesign from earlier in the stream worked. They were forced to break down 2 of the wall segments in order to get through. They couldn't make it through the gatehouses. They didn't target the gatehouses explicitly. It looks like they did send some people to the gatehouses to try to attack them. They didn't make it through. They got stuck. They teleported through, which was weird. So the multi-layering of walls works. Oh, they did make it through a single gatehouse down here. But they achieved full penetration up further north. Theoretically, if I have you guys attack this unit. Well, I need you to muster and then fire at this unit. I don't think you're mustered. No mustard for you. Yeah, I mean, y'all just can't hit anything anymore because they're too close. It'll happen. It's really cool to see, though. Anyone gonna come, staff these catapults? Come on, we want to get some kills. Shoot at him. Hit him. Get him. Fire. Did you miss? Oh no, you didn't miss. So look at how long it's taking them to get through the gatehouses now. They're taking significant losses. You can't hit them there, but can you hit and sort of bombard that area? These guys are just dying from their injuries. It's interesting. Oof. Big hits. Weirdly, despite the fact that they're kind of up on the wall, they're not pushing forward. They're all losing morale. If I keep hammering this unit with catapults, are they gonna... They've got big injuries. They're consistently losing morale. They finally destroyed that catapult, so it's gone. Here's another question. Why is it that this catapult, which was not able to shoot the enemy, is it because of the gatehouses? I bet it's because of the gatehouses. It's probably trying to target like center of the unit, and if the gatehouses are in the way of the center of the unit, it probably can't hit them. This is very interesting. So with all of 4 catapults thus far, they had 225 units, 75 times 3, when they invaded. Now they have 58 plus 72 plus 65. 195. We knocked off 30 troops with 4 catapults. And we weren't even as efficient as we could have been because we couldn't shoot past the initial wall. That's pretty good. It's time to reload the bitch safe. Time to load the bitch safe, pay them off, end stream. And we are wiser now. Because now, the next time we get invaded, we're gonna know. Pay them up. Glad to see you, tribesmen. Yeah, they took a bunch of my shit. But, you know what they didn't take? They didn't take my stone and metal. They didn't take what they needed to take away from me for me to not be able to build out my walls further and more effective. Because now I know that even with the small number of catapults that I have, I can wreak fucking havoc on them just by building my walls out a little further. And let's mark out, before we end stream, let's mark out where we need to build the walls. So we're working off of 42 tiles distance. That's the innermost range. That's right there. That's where we can start hammering him. So innermost wall is there. And then we just build more layers of wall out from that. I don't know why I didn't do this before. That would have been very smart. I could have gone into menu and seen, oh, okay, it's different. The range is different. What's going on? You. What? That's not where you were saying before. Am I misremembering? It's going out. 34? I'm confused. You all saw that, right? Beforehand? Okay, whatever. Time to end stream. Time to go send, yeah, I don't know what's going on with that. We'll just assume that I am able to hit them inside of range, and that there was something weird going on, and I'll just build consecutive further and further layers of wall back. Palisades got to get replaced with stone. We'll just continue building more and more layers of stone out, because we can get another 5 kills per catapult per layer. Inner range is apparently between 34 and 42, we'll say. We got a gap of what, 4 here? We'll say that gap of 4 is good. So we'll go 4, 2, 4, 2 out to the maximum range, or as far as we can go. That's not what I meant to do. Maximum range for this catapult reaches all the way to here, which is, firstly, very far. Secondly, out from the wall, about 118 tiles. So, with the pattern in mind, if we go 4, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Yep. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2. Then we just go ahead and 1, 2, 3, 4. Dunk. That's not. 1, 2, 3, 4. No, that is 4. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 layers of wall. Now, realistically, are we going to be able to build out 14 layers of wall? Probably not. But if we can even build like 3 more, then this one catapult goes from being able to kill 5 enemies. Well, once we replace this with stone, it goes from being able to kill 5 enemies to 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. That's a lot of enemy kills. And I can put a whole lot of catapults along the walls. 128 of them. So if we're talking about 128 catapults times 30, I'm pretty sure that's basically any size army the game can throw at me. So great stuff, fantastic stuff. We've learned a lot. It's been an informative stream. We have, crucially, a path forward. There's a light at the end of the tunnel. Do you understand? That means we don't have to end the stream or end the run on Monday. We know how to solve the problem. We're paying off the enemies before they attack us. It's hurting our economy, but what the fuck ever. We're not dying. We figured out the catapult tech. We know how to get that to work now. We're up on metal so that we can continue constructing doors in order to get further out. We know we don't need to construct all that many doors. Like, maybe, I don't know, 2 per wall segment on the left side, and we'll say 3 per wall segment on the top side. So each segment is only going to cost us 10 gatehouses. I can reduce the thickness of this wall because it being 3 thick doesn't matter because they just get on top of the wall. We have a path forward. Time to go raid another stream. Anyone else streaming Songs of Six? The answer to that is almost consistently no. This is probably the most animated I've been in a Song of Six stream in a while, because we've learned something. We've accomplished the goal of seeing a path forward. See, Blaze Cat, you wanted me to just raise an army. You didn't believe in the catapult tech, but now the catapult tech reveals its true power. What if I can just go, nah, fuck you, to every murdering rove of bandits just by staffing civilians up on the wall and not even having to worry about training an army? What if I could just go, nah? There is another Songs of Six streamer. Holy shit. All right, we're going to go raid him. What is this? The Cryptic Relic. Free beer and hot wing. Actually, let's check and see how he is. Timberborn. Wonder if Czar is Timberborn. Czar here? No, Czar is not here. Someone doing their first attempt. Right. Go hit up Dr. Scuff. Happy stream. Good night, all. Go raid that guy.